little bit down the hall. So anyway, we appreciate you being here today, fourth grade teachers, and we've got a special treat for you today. Yesterday, everybody really enjoyed the workshop on guidebooks. You're going to really get into, planning and actually doing lessons that you're going to be using. So that's the fun part. You have a hands-on workshop with something to take away to bring back to your classroom. We've been very blessed by having Amy Willis. This is Amy, and she's with the State Department. And when we first started talking about bringing guidebooks into our program, Amy, has taught guidebooks. She knows all about them. She's an excellent source, and she's a great presenter too. So you're going to enjoy today. Also, I want to thank Addie Kelly and Meredith Starks in the back. There are two Bossier teachers who have been actively involved with actually writing guidebook units. So we've got sources right at hand to help us with understanding what to do and implement. So I will turn it over to Amy, and y'all have a great day. We're right in the back if you need anything. And like I said, there's refreshments from the stage, so please eat if you can. And also, you know where the restrooms are. Okay. Amy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Amy Willis, and I work for the State Department of Education. I live in Ruffton, and I serve the northern half of the state, 31 school districts, and basically I don't do that by myself. But I do travel around to different areas and present different things that are of value to teachers. The move for Bossier to implementing guidebooks is I know, a big deal. And I think it's going to be a bigger deal when test scores come out, as far as like in the future years, and when you see the correlation between those two things. So, I'm going to talk to you today and try to, first of all, this is going to be a day where we have several different things that are going on. This morning, before lunch, this is our goal. These are our goals of what we're hoping to accomplish. First, I'm going to do just an overall introduction to the guidebooks, just to make sure you understand why this decision was made and what the guidebooks hold for you. Then we're going to have a time where I ask you to dig in online and click around and find the things that confuse you, just making sure you understand the way it's laid out, and if there's anything that's a problem, I don't get this, what do I do, whatever, that we'll have that time. Then we'll do a question and answer session. Once you've had a chance to actually look, then you'll have questions. So we'll have a question and answer session then. And then this is something that the coaches thought that teachers would want, and that is to have a lesson from the guidebook modeled start to finish. And during that time, we'll stop every few activities and have a debrief where you at your table with your coach can go, did you see how they did this? What do you think of this? How's that going to play with your kids? Those kinds of debriefing questions. And so that's has been very eye-opening and powerful. So I wanted to ask, as a favor, that you challenge yourself to, during the times of our discussion, not to become engaged in anything else electronic, like your phone or clicking around online, because there will be time for that built in for you to actually go in and click around. So if you would wait until that time to do that and focus all your attention on the things that are being said, I would greatly appreciate that. I mentioned yesterday that last week, I guess 2 weeks ago, I was doing a presentation in Monroe on Eureka Math, and there were like 100 and something people in the room, and it was the same time that Amazon was having Christmas in July. We got to this one point where I was like talking through some, Eureka lesson or whatever, and they kind of, everyone's glaze hit, how you kind of glaze, and they just kind of I could just see people scroll, there's ice chests for sale, that's 30 minutes, and they were all like, ice chest. The whole word, I must have really helped Amazon. At that time. So I'm just saying, I just want to thank you in advance. I know that many of you have left children at home to be here today, and so that you need to keep in contact to make sure that they haven't burned the house down. They found the Pop-Tarts. They're maybe they're handling it on their own today, and so I get it. Because I've got one of those at my house, so I'll be checking on him too. But if you can, try to, really challenge yourself to stay in this and not check out. I would greatly appreciate it. I know that struggle. By the way, I have taught in Louisiana for 21 years. I just joined the State Department 2 years ago when my husband was transferred to Ruston. My husband is a pastor, and so we move at the whim of the United Methodist Church every so often. And so I've really worked in just about every situation. I've been a TAP master teacher. I've been in a K-8 school another time. I was in a private school for this long. I tried all kinds of, I've kind of seen a lot of different things. I think that's part of the reason why they said, come join us, because you've basically seen it all in the state. And so you can help convey to teachers that their situation can be handled. Okay, so let's just talk about LearnZillion. I don't want you to think that the people of your district have been sitting in their offices thinking, how can we make teachers' lives miserable? What's the next step? Okay, so I want you to know that when they made the decision to move to Guidebooks, I was there during that time. I have been meeting with some of your Bossier leadership, and I have been sharing with them data. Data should drive decisions, just like it drives decisions in your classroom. Should I reteach this? I had 6 steps, so yes, right? I mean, that's how you use data in your room. Same thing is true on the parish or district level. We look at data and we say, so what we're doing, is it working? Okay, and so that's what we did first, and that led us to this decision. That was one of the things. The second thing that led us to this decision was looking at the assessment that students are being asked to take and looking at the curriculum that we're teaching and trying to find out, are the same things being asked of children in both of these things? If the answer is no, then something has to be done. The third thing was, after having seen the first social studies field test, and I don't know how involved any of you were, but if any of you just happened to glance at screens while kids were clicking, you are allowed to do that, okay? You can't write down the question, but you can glance at the screen. And if you did that, you may have noticed a huge shift in social studies to look almost exactly like ELA. So it's important that our ELA curriculum be heavy on nonfiction, and that it be addressing multiple texts frequently, because for those of you who witnessed the social studies field test, one of the big things I noticed, because I was one of the monitors, was that the kids constantly had to flip between at least 2 sources. And they had to say, look at this primary source, look at this map, make this, make this assumption. What? I mean, I don't know that we've ever asked kids things like that. So based on those 3 things came the idea that, well, maybe we should look at the guidebook, and maybe, and at first, the idea was, let's just implement, we were thinking 2 units, okay? And then when we thought about the pricing of that, and the learning curve on this, we kind of backed onto 1 unit right now, but that doesn't mean that you have to be limited to 1 unit. That's your choice. I wanted to tell you that at the end of the day yesterday, the teachers filled out feedback forms, and I'd say at least 50% asked for information for other units. They did not say, well, I'm glad that's over. They said, I think we should do this more than once. That's a huge endorsement. I was pleased. All right, so let's start. I'm just going to, because I told you I'm a preacher's wife, I mean, I went ahead and warned you flat out. It's going to sound a little like church during this first part. If in any way I say something that you are in agreement with, please nod. Amen, you're okay too. Here we go. All right, here we go. I told you that step 1 was data, right? Okay. So what we did was we pulled up the last, so this is 2014, 20, and 2015 data for 3rd grade. I have 4th grade, I have 5th grade, and SPED. Okay? Okay. And so what we wanted to see was, what are we seeing? As the shift is happening to, first of all, the first there was the Common Core state standards, and now the Louisiana state standards, which are remarkably similar. And when we're talking about at the same time a shift to the PARC assessment and the LEAP 2025, which are remarkably similar. What have we seen as that shift is taking place? Well, I'm just looking at third grade first, real quick. And not only do I see some shifts in performance levels, like the advanced number from 180 to 34. Wow. But then like even down here in unsats, 144 to 212. Then I look, this is the big number that the district is worried about, and that's called the assessment index, because that's really what determines their district performance score. It's a 10-point drop in third grade in 1 year. Okay, now, when I first met with them, some of the Bossier people said, well, we basically heard that that's what was happening around the state as we switched over to the other tests, and I had to quickly and unfortunately tell them that is not true. Most districts saw a small downturn, but very few saw a 10-point downturn. That indicates an alignment issue. Okay, so let's look at grade 4. Well, I'm happy to tell you, it's not as stark. There is a great shift going on, but it was like a 6-point downturn for fourth grade.
Okay, fourth grade.
I gotta say, and I don't know if this is still true, or even true in this parish, but I mean, in the parishes that I've lived in all over, and I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings by saying this, fourth grade teachers and eighth grade teachers are just the rock solid, like, warriors of the school. And it's been back from the lead days, from the early lead days where they were like, these are the gateway grades, and honey, we're shoving those people in there who can make it or break. I mean, I was an eighth grade teacher, so I can say that. But I'm just saying that I remember, I know that, so I knew if anybody was going to try to absorb this huge punch, it was going to be the fourth grade teachers who were like, okay, gear up for Clark or whatever. Have to call them down. All right, so let's look at fifth grade. Yows. Again, 10-point change in the assessment index. Look at the advanced scores. Wow. Okay. Then you look at SPED. And I want you to know this is all grades. This is 3 through 8, because they don't break that down by grade in this chart. Okay, anyway, so if you look at that way, you can see even a more than 10-point drop in SPED assessment index. Okay, so what normally causes something like that? What usually causes, like, I mean, if it's just like a 1-year slide, okay, and then we looked at data further back than this. I just gave you the most recent, but it's been more than 1 year that this has been happening. It's been happening over the last couple of years, okay? And what that usually indicates is that, like, the standards in the curriculum and the test has changed, but what you are doing is remaining the same. That you are doing the same thing you have always done. We pull out that binder with what the same to do on day 1. And you have not changed necessarily your practice, but that the tests and the standards have. And so every year, it's a wider and wider gap, which causes this kind of thing. So this is what we started talking about. What is the most closely aligned thing? What has been developed that is almost exactly mirroring the level of rigor of what the kids are going to see on the assessment? The answer to that is the guidebook. So that's why we're doing this. So let's talk about why the guidebook is different. I told you that I have been a teacher for 21 years. I do not claim to have done everything perfectly. In fact, I'm about to confess right now. It's part of church to confess, right? So, as a teacher, I would often say, give me my standards. I would look through and I would read the nouns. Okay. Oh, metaphors? Okay, I do that. Compare and contrast? Yes, I do that. I mean, like, I would look for this topic of the standard. And I'd be like, check. Oh, yeah, I know that. I remember that lesson. That's one of my favorites. It's in my green binder. I mean, I would know. I cover that. I can sleep at night. Here's the thing I wasn't doing. I forgot to mention that in part of my training and part of my teaching career, I was the inclusion teacher. So that was always on my mind, was my SPED babies. Okay. I was so thankful if my SPED babies couldn't even find the metaphor. Okay, just asking them, look at this stanza. Who can tell me what the metaphor is in here? And if they could say, it's this, I was like, oh, I was just like, I have met that objective, I'm done. Okay, here's the thing. That's not what the standard says. The standard does not say locate, identify a metaphor. Okay? It asks them to evaluate the effectiveness of figurative language. What? Okay, my kids wouldn't even know that question. You want me to what? Okay, so my kids' big argument, when I tried to teach it that way, when I would say, I want you to tell me whether you think that was effective, they would just look at me like I was crazy. This is Edgar Allan Poe, and I am not, is what they would say. Who am I to tell you that this person is ineffective? He's obviously a published author, and who's been around for centuries and is respected. And you want me to say, oh, I don't think that was very effective. I said, yeah, that's what I want. They would argue that it's not a realistic expectation. So what I would do to prove to them that it was realistic was to put a piece of modern art on the screen. Maybe a famous piece of modern art. And I'd say, tell me what you think of this. And that is ugly. My little sister could have done that. And I'll say, oh, well, the value of this painting is $1.4 million. It's hanging in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And what? That's about. And I said, well, do you feel comfortable criticizing this, even though I'm telling you that it's a classic and it's valuable? Yeah. Okay. Well, then why can't you get Fred Groundhog? Same is true with Frank Sinatra. I blared Frank Sinatra, New York, New York. They're like, oh, turn that off. To them, it's the worst punishment ever. I said, no, this is a classic. You're telling me that you think that there's something wrong with it? You can criticize that? Yes. Okay. You can't do that for Edgar Allan Poe? Making sure they realize all forms of art, their greatness is determined by the reaction of the people. You have the right to have a reaction to art. That's what it's for. So any kid who tells you, I can't evaluate the effectiveness of a metaphor, yeah, you can. And that's part of what art is. It elicits a response from us. So what I'm telling you that, why I have this up at the same time, is because this is something that I personally had to own as a teacher, and then this is something that I actually put in front of my kids. It wasn't just a tool for me. So let me talk you through it. What this is just a reminder that it's not enough to be able to identify things, but to look at the same piece of text through several lenses. To be able to say, now that I can recognize the details and I know what the words mean, those kinds of things, then I can move here and discuss things like the way the plot was structured, the decisions the author made, how they characterized things. And if my kids are not sure how the author characterized things, I usually have them go back a level and use these things to prove it. So when I ask a question here, you prove it over here. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So my kids were like, they even got where they were like, I see what you're doing, I'm going over here. But they knew what I was talking about. If I said, so tell me how he characterizes, they would go back and give me imagery examples. Or they would go back and give me details to prove it. Okay. But then I would go here. This is when I would really start to scare them. Asking big picture questions like, what is the overall mood of this? And how does the author achieve that mood? They're like, I see what you're doing. They would go down one. And they would say, well, if you want me to talk about mood, I'm going to talk about setting to prove mood. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So what this trains kids to do is to see that it is not enough for them to be able to recall the simple details, which I think, unfortunately, most of us hit here, and then we check done, and move on. Okay. But that's not how they'll be assessed. According to the standards, when you really read them, they're going to be asking them this. What was the author's purpose? What mood was achieved? And kids can't do that unless they realize that these things that we have been questioning them about are what forms those big things. So I used this constantly in class. Absolutely you can.
If you're on the meaning or an analysis side question, to cite the evidence, would you go back and pull something from every other section?
Not necessarily. I don't think they're all always going to apply. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the piece of literature, art. So sometimes they're gonna, the setting will be huge, and sometimes the setting's not gonna make that much. Like I talked about Edgar Allan Poe, lots of times the setting is incredibly creepy, and that's what contributes to the movie. But in other cases, it may not be. So anyway, no problem, anytime. Okay, so I just wanted you to know that this is the second reason that we chose the guidebook.
Are we gonna get that slide?
Yeah, you're gonna get the whole thing. Yeah, and you're gonna want to make yourself a copy that you like constantly. That's what I used to do at first. Was I had one that I had like in my reach, and like when I was like, okay, I got to ask a big picture question, I would move, down the lenses. But here's the thing: the kids started going, "What are you looking at?" And I realized I'm an idiot because it's not just me who needs this; it's them, right? So then they wanted to be able to do this so that when I asked the big questions, they had somewhere to slide. So it was not just a tool for me. Anyway, yes, you will get one, absolutely. Okay, so this was the second reason. Remember, the first reason was the test scores that indicated this. The second thing was when we thought about the questions we were asking, they were staying in this first lens. One of the things people say about the guidebook often is that the guidebook uses the same text for several lessons. And the kids are like, we're pulling that out again? Because we normally just go through a text. We do a text and we're like done. Okay, that is not what they do in the guidebook. They will do a day in the text and they will do this. And then the next day they'll come back and they'll do this and have the kids reference that. And then keep on building it so that their understanding builds. Okay, so this was reason number 2. Okay, here's reason number 3. As I told you before, the social studies field test is, it's just amazingly different. It is asking kids that it's not enough to know the simple facts of history, but for them to be able to interpret history by giving them documents and other stimuli, whether it be a map or a political cartoon or whatever, and saying, see the bias in this and the bias in this? What are these two things saying? What is their slant on this piece of history? That is a huge thing to ask of kids. So, when the people of the Bossier leadership were looking at the guidebook, they thought, if we're going to implement only one unit, if that's our goal for this year, then shouldn't it be a unit that really ties together those two things? Because we know we're going to have that new social studies test, and we know we need to raise the rigor in our classrooms. If it's a nonfiction unit, won't that give us a double bump? Great, smart, we all agree. And teachers just tend to have favorite books that they love to teach on the fiction side. But very few people are like, oh gosh, I love the American Revolution book. We don't have this love affair with nonfiction. Guess who does have a love affair with nonfiction? The people who write the assessments. Yeah. Okay. Why do they? Because that is real world. I mean, that is job. I mean, that's what your job is going to be about. Your job is going to be about looking at facts and data and interpreting it in whatever realm your job takes you. So they need to be able to do that with any kind of items. So it's really because of the application of that. So that was the 3 big reasons why Bossier decided this. So now if anybody asks, or anybody who missed this training, and you need to tell them, don't forget, this is a 3-pronged approach to why this is happening. It does make sense. So at this point, and this, actually I was a little nervous about doing this yesterday, but it ended up being this great relief to everybody to see. So I'm going to ask you to do this with me, and that is to do 4 corners. I don't know if you've ever done 4 corners, but it's just a way to see where everybody is. Take the temperature in the room, right? Okay, so here's the front of the room, and if you have never heard, until today, somebody just dragged you along and you have never even heard of Guidebook 2.0, or Learn Zillion, or whatever you want to call it, if you've never heard of it, this is your corner right here. If you have heard of it, like there's a little buzz, I know we're changing, I don't know anything about it, that's this. I've heard of it. If you spent time at the pool just going through the lessons on your phone or any other way that you sort of looked through it, that's this. And if you have actually implemented Guidebook 2.0, not just Guidebook 1.0, but 2.0, if you've implemented it, This is your corner. Okay? Everybody understand what we're doing? I want everybody to get up now and move to your level of exposure. The back corner. She rests. Alrighty, let's take a look at where we are. We are the proud people who have never heard of the Guidebook. We were just, somebody just told us we had to come to this. Yeah. Okay, so if they're a blank slate, they're going to learn a lot. Okay, these are the people who heard of it, and one of them even signed on to learn Zillion at one point. Nice. Okay, but look, nobody's alone. No, don't feel alone. Okay, now this huge
This is the red through group, is that what this is?
This is the people who've read through it. Then you are very, this is fourth grade. That's how you can tell.
Yeah, it's bigger than this.
All right, that's much bigger. Nice job. Okay, and then here's our lone little nerds who, people who. Beautiful babies. 2.0. So you can see why they're here, so that we can constantly say, okay, how did this really play with your kids? How did you really implement this? So these two will be our guides. Okay, thanks for doing that and realizing you're not alone. And let's go ahead and have a seat. Nobody's alone. That's good. All right. Hey, so that accomplished two things. One, we got to see where everybody is. Two, if you were starting to fall asleep, you got up. That was good. Okay. All right, so moving on. I'm going to ask you to do a turn and talk now at your table. Hopefully there's somebody that you can kind of turn and just have a little brief conversation with. And here are the two things. The first one, I don't want you to write anything down. I just want you to talk. And then the second one, I really would like you to make a bulleted little list of the things you hope I talk about, in the next segment. Because this next segment is going to be me kind of basically walking through Learn Zillion. So if there's anything you're well, I hope she talks about assessment. I hope she talks about that. Make a little list so that when I start talking, if I miss something, you can go, oh, what about this? I want you to hold me accountable. Okay? So here's your turn and talk. With you and your partner, what do you already know about Learn Zillion 2.0? What do you know? And on the other side, what is it that you want to know? What's the burning question? You're like, well, today will be a success if I find out this. Okay? All right, ready? This is about a 2-minute conversation. Ready? Go.
So you're wondering what's going on in these classes? Everything's safe.
How much
That's what I think. So because
If you haven't already, start trying to compile a couple of bullet points of things
that's what I
that you
think.
hope are
Third grade was. So we get and that's what they Some of the guidebooks like but they're not all. So
Yeah, about 30 more seconds. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to come back to me in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, you did great on that. Hopefully, if you have a written list, great, then you have a mental list of the kinds of things that you hope that we talk about. You can check them off as we go, and then bring up anything that doesn't get covered. All right, let's see what you either already know or think you should know. First of all, I hear pages moving, so I guess that means that I need to make sure everyone knows that in your folder, there's a set of these slides. And so please feel free, if I didn't already address that, to go ahead and grab that. And feel free to follow along. Okay, so what is the goal for every child who comes into our school? We want them to be able to read, understand, and express their understanding of complex grade level tests. One of the arguments that I have heard from teachers, and I could fully understand it because I taught inclusion, is that this is unrealistic because my baby can't read on grade level. So you were asking for, the basics of all these activities is this grade level, very rigorous test. And so how am I even supposed to do this when the very base thing is something they can't comprehend? That's a great argument. Except my counter argument, which was that one part, which is, I taught inclusion. Very few of my kids could read on grade level, but almost every kid could think on grade level. In fact, my SPED babies were often the ones, because SPED kids have amazing insights in some areas and then deficits in others. Sometimes I would be trying to pull this great revelation out of my kids, and the only kid who knew what I was talking about was the SPED baby. He goes, you'd say it, and we'd all just go, oh. It was just like this awesome thing. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're in here. If you weren't in here, I would be beating myself in the head. Thank you, whatever. So I wanted to make sure you knew that just because kids can't necessarily read unassisted on grade level, doesn't mean that we should trash an activity that asks them to think on grade level, right? We just have to build the scaffolds it takes for them to approach the text. I just want to say that again because I just think that's what happened in Guidebook 1.0. I think for any of you who tried Guidebook 1.0, it was this massive undertaking. It was very overwhelming. You started to read through pages and pages of text of their explanation of what should happen. You said, this can't happen in my room. And so then you just tossed it. I mean, as a teacher, I remember going, that's not happening. Okay, and just taking whole chunks and setting them aside. And not realizing at the time that I was now setting aside the opportunity for my kids to engage in the kind of thinking that really they can do. It was just the text that was standing in the way. So if that represents you in any way, you're not alone. I felt the same way, and there are a couple things that have changed that will help that. Okay, so what would a good curriculum look like? What would it ask kids to do? First, it's going to ask them to use language and vocabulary to comprehend what the text says. That does not mean that it's going to provide a set of vocabulary words on the first day of every unit. I need to say that because if you are trained on a basal, that is the way basals work. It's Monday, I introduce the story, and I hand out the words, right? And then on Tuesday, we go over the definitions, and on Wednesday, we drill them.
Thursday we have the, I mean, like, you have a plan in your head. Okay, that's not how the guidebook works. The guidebook encounters vocabulary as they encounter it, has a conversation about that, and then maps that word in an ongoing way with all of the other words that they encounter. Okay, so they're building vocabulary not in a list that's predetermined, but as they identify words. Okay, that's a big difference. Next is using topics, themes, and big ideas to comprehend a text. Not just the little details. What color is the dog? Yellow. Good. Okay, moving on. Okay, not those kinds of things, but sweeping themes like, now we've said that Poe has this obsession with death. Now, what about how that is handled in this piece of literature, this theme across authors, those kinds of things. Building opinions about text through discussion, where kids actually have to express themselves in words before trying to write. Haven't y'all ever encountered a problem where you didn't even know how you felt about it until you started talking about it, and it was like it was actually forming. Your argument was actually forming as you were talking. You know, I didn't even realize I felt that way. We don't know what I'm talking about when as you talk about something, you form, and it starts to become clearer to you, and you're like, well, thanks for listening. I mean, by the time you finish having the conversation, because now I've got the answer, I just need to say it out loud, I guess. Okay, kids are the same way. They start talking about it, and they may not even realize how they feel about something until they hear somebody else, and they, no, that's not what I think, and here's what it is, and they build this idea through talk. Then we say, now that we've really analyzed it and done all the thinking, let's transfer that to paper. What does that look like? How do you build organization of thought on paper? I think, well, when I met with the coaches before I met with you. I did that about a month ago. And one of the big things they said that they thought you wanted was just really instruction on writing, that writing bothers you or that you're not comfortable with it. And I said, I kind of challenged that. I don't think it's the writing. I think it's the thinking. Because when you hand a kid a prompt, a writing prompt, that is just gargantuan and scary, it's not the writing that they freak out about. It's understanding the prompt and organizing their thoughts. Once that's done, the writing is actually a relief. So today, the lesson you're going to see modeled is really going to be the thinking day, not the actual writing day, because the thinking is really hard work. So let's talk about this whole thing with guidebooks. If you've been in Louisiana and if you've been part of education for the last few years, this word has been tossed around, guidebooks. It first started out as just a framework of texts that the state was recommending, that these were rigorous texts that crossed the spectrum and addressed the standards. That happened in 2013. Just, we recommend these texts. Okay. And teachers were like, well, that's great, but what do I do with them? I mean, they really, okay. So you know how the state is. We're going to get a little crazy. Okay, so the second thing was, we're going to put out units that show how these texts should be used. If anyone in here was brave enough to try Guidebook 1.0, I was. That's what I used in my classroom. The sense of inadequacy that I felt when I looked at Guidebook 1.0 and saw these overwhelming things that they called lessons that for me went on for 3 weeks. And I thought to myself, it says lesson 1 here, but it goes on for a couple of pages. And I don't really understand how any of this could happen in one day in my room. So that was a confusing portion. And then if I do attempt to do this, what is it supposed to look like? And then if I actually get them to do it, how do I assess it? Those things were missing from the original one. But still, people tried, they persevered to try and use it. Not only people from Louisiana, but our State Department keeps tabs on the hits we get from all over. And believe it or not, many, many states started using the guidebooks. That's what prompted Guidebook 2.0, was the fact that they realized, oh my gosh, this is the most comprehensive set of texts in the nation. They just now featured it in education, I think it was Ed Week, or one of the major publications last month. They featured our guidebook as among the top curriculums in the nation. And so Learn Zillion came to us and said, we've been looking for an ELA curriculum
to put online. We would like to use yours, but there are some big problems with it. And so what happened between 1.0 and 2.0 is huge information for you. You need to know how it's been made user-friendly. The good news for those of you who have been a trooper and tried to plug through 1.0, very little has changed as far as the text being used and the activities that they were asking for. Those things are still there. So you're not going to have to trash that binder. Well, I guess now that I understand 1.0, I got to throw that out. No. Okay. Those things are there. All the things that you are making yourself in order to make it accessible to your students, those things are now here. Let's talk about that. I know. All right, so first of all, here's the nice way of saying what I just said. These were teachers' reactions to 1.0. It's hard to access the right text. How can you help me improve my teaching? This does not help me. There's a lot here. How do I even use this? What does exemplar student work even look like? Or what should this look like in my classroom? Those were the big questions. So how does 2.0 solve those? Well, these are the main things that have been added. You're going to get a chance to see them up close and personal in a minute. First of all, the texts. Instead of being, before, they were embedded in all of this information, and you had to click on a link here and then read through the next couple of paragraphs, and there was a link to another text. They were not in a good place. Now there's a separate place where all the text can be accessed. It can be purchased. Some of it can be downloaded, or some can be viewed from a computer screen, all those different methods. But it's together for each lesson and for the whole unit, either way. Second thing is that the same assessments are provided. They did not add like chapter tests and all those kind of things, because that is not how kids will be assessed. The assessments are still the same way kids will be assessed at the end of the year, with a cold read, with a culminating writing task, and with an enrichment activity. But at least now it comes with a rubric and a student exemplar for every single activity. So now you know what you're looking for. Another thing that I found myself doing was trying to make the guidebook accessible to my babies, was to create slides that guide us through the lesson every day. Just having that visual. And so I was up at night reading through what I was doing tomorrow, making the slides, then I got to make a handout for that. I mean, I was spending all my time making the tools to make this accessible. Now those are already included. There are slides that guide you through the entire lesson every day. Second of all, then also there are all the handouts are ready, and they're there with the lesson, and there's also a student copy that's filled out with all of the answers filled out in student-friendly language. How could that be helpful? Well, if you decide to take something for a grade, you've got yourself an answer key. But also, if you have some extremely low people that you might want to say, I just want to hand you this and have you look at it while we're talking. I mean, now you have something that you can give them, and it's in a language that they can understand. Every lesson also comes with teacher notes. Now, the teacher notes are really explicit. In fact, they could be so explicit that you would actually be offended. and I want to say that now because if you have, some teachers are in two camps. One camp is just, give me what I'm supposed to do and I'll just read it off out the book. Okay, kids, turn to page. I mean, some teachers want that. Okay. Then there's a whole other spectrum of teacher who's like, excuse me, I went to college and why did I go? Like, I do not need you to tell me, say this. Turn to page 45. Okay. But the teacher notes do that. They are extremely, they'll say, slide 1, 5 minutes, say this. Okay? All right. But you can choose to go, okay, I don't need that. Okay. But for the people who do, it's there. The way I explain that is, if you have a long-term sub, and you can't say, oh, it's just a sub, I'm off of busy work. No, it's a long-term sub. This sub can at least put up the slides and go, okay, class, slide number 1. Or they at least, right? Okay. So so what I would do as one of those people who was on this end of the spectrum and I went to college, I don't need this, what I would do is look what they say and go, oh, I like that. I'm going to steal this little piece and I'm going to add my little sugar and spice that I always say right here. You know, and you can add your special touches. You can remove things you're like, I don't need to say that. Or for my babies, I'm going to add this because this is how they understand it. Or this is what our parish says, so I'm going to add that. You, of course, can do that. But it gives you a baseline of what to say. But then it also says, what should you see? It says, it gives you the teacher notes what to say, and then it says, here are some possible guiding questions you might ask. And here are some possible answers you should be hearing. Or as you're walking around and they're doing this group activity, look for these 4 things from each table. Okay, why would that be helpful? To know what 4 things to look for while the kids are working in a group? Right, you can actually make an assessment out of that. I mean, so when teachers tell me, I don't know that there's enough assessments, I said, well, what do you consider an assessment? Because there's a lot of things that are assessments. And so you need to look at, well, does it have to be a test? Or can it be an analysis, a text analysis that they do for a grade? Or can it be a discussion that they hold? And I have a checklist, which is provided by them, by Learn Billion. And I just am going through each day and marking off which kids are doing the certain things in order to get them credit for that. Okay, so these are the big changes. So first, we will take a few minutes in a minute for you to like dig in and just click around, okay? But before we do, let me give you some basic, where are you going? Every lesson is built with this model. The things on this side are the absolutely non-negotiables have to be in there. The things on this side is like a menu, depending on the lesson, which ones they choose. So let's talk about this side. And while I'm saying this, I want you to have as your frame of reference, compass. Because you also know that that in the back of your mind is something that is a standard that you're being held to, right? Okay. So what does every lesson start with? Well, it starts with a slide that says, let's review. So what happens on that slide is that the students are being reminded about learning that we have done up till now. And they're going to be connecting the learning to where they're headed. From the very beginning, slide 1, that is all the way over on the compass rubric. Here's your understanding, where we've been, and here's where we're ultimately trying to go. And so what does this lesson have to do with that? Second slide. Here's the objectives for today, what we're trying to accomplish. Okay? And then a slide that I love, because I had a lot of kids who had trouble with organization, is a slide that just gives a picture of everything that should be on their desk. Okay. So before I begin, click. You have 30 seconds to make your desk look like this. Go. And they do. And then I go, okay, right. Okay. Instead of going, this worksheet, this one, no, this one. This is what I'm doing. I know you're laughing because you're like, oh, God, it's there. Okay, so that's the beginning of every lesson, okay? So what I like about it is that it produces that routine that you want in your classroom every day, but it just, now the slides do it for you. You don't have to remember all of them, because here's what I would often do. I was so excited about this awesome lesson I had built that I would actually forget to introduce the objectives. I don't know if y'all have ever done that before, but you're like, when you come in the morning, you write the objectives on the whatever, whiteboard or whatever, and then, the principal comes in and you're like, ah, and you start teaching and you're doing your little dog and pony show and you're like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the objectives. I don't know if that's happened to anybody else but me, but it has happened. So it actually has a slide like, hello, this is what we're doing. Okay, so then the bulk of the lesson, the meat of the lesson is the build portion, and it can be any combination of these things. Sometimes it's let's read, and very rarely do they say, okay, chapter 7, go. I mean, that's rare. Usually, it is a reading activity where there is a constant calling back together and analyzing what we just got from that and going back. Okay, that's a constant little dance that you're doing with your kids. Or let's work with words. This is vocabulary, but it's not vocabulary the way you're used to seeing it, where you're like, okay, here's the 10 words, I'm going to write these down. Here's the definitions. That's not how it is. But it is a word working activity. Then there's a let's discuss portion. This is when we're going to be asking them to process it, but out loud. And then let's practice, which may mean just a sentence, or it may mean writing a paragraph. But somehow doing some kind of compilation of their understanding now. Okay. Then at the end of the lesson, we go back to the things that happen every day, and there's a section that's the assess section. And in that, it's called Let's Express Our Understanding. Sometimes the Let's Express Our Understanding is a debate. Sometimes it's a partner talk. Sometimes it's a sentence. Sometimes it's a sheet where they have written down all their text evidence. Sometimes, I mean, so that changes what it is. But I don't want anybody in here to say, well, they don't give us any place to take grades. Yeah, they do. Okay, it's just not, it doesn't look necessarily like it used to. And then let's close. It's another one of the things on the Compass rubric that sometimes when you're running out of time, and you're like, and so that's what we did today, y'all. Okay, and that's your close, right? So it provides a slide of that basically kind of summarizes the learning of the day, and then you can do what you want with that slide. If you have extra time, you can do something with what is on that slide. But anyway, so these are the components of every lesson. So somebody asked me, so how long is a lesson supposed to take? Especially a person who has been trying to do 1.0. 1.0, what they call a lesson, could also be 3 weeks in my room. Okay. So what is a lesson in Learn Zillion or Guidebook 2.0? Actually, it's about 45 to 50 minutes. Each slide is paced. It says next to the slide, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 8 minutes. Now, you may say, I just did that activity, and it said 20, but it was really 30 for me. Okay, now, there's two ways to look at that. One is, did you preview the lesson, and did you teach the structure in advance to make sure they knew what was coming? Or the other question might be, maybe this is an unrealistic expectation, and I need to give them feedback. That isn't possible on Learn Zillion because it is electronic. So every day, teachers, there's a button on every slide that says feedback. You can click it, and you can type in. I was doing 1.0, and I created this worksheet and uploaded it. I mean, and they could go, whoa, this is awesome. Okay. I mean, it's interactive in the sense that teachers can have a chance to speak to the writers. And the writers can say, oh, you're right, that doesn't make sense. Let me change the directions right there. Yesterday, we did a lesson that Addie had written. Okay, so the whole time, when people had questions, she was able to go, let me write that down. And she was like changing little things to make sure, because you are the real practitioners. And the feedback, and the fact that we have that is awesome compared to a book. Once it goes through the printing press, it's now, it's unchangeable. Okay, so this is a good thing. But I know I would have had this worry, so that means they can change anything, like I could open it up the next day, and all of a sudden, they just got rid of the anchor text, or something like that. No. The changes are going to be really small editing changes or suggestions on, here's another tool, or we wanted to adjust the time this much. They would never say, we think out of the dust is really weak, get rid of it. That kind of thing would not happen. Okay. All right, so like in a minute, when you start clicking around, you're going to get to the slideshows that go with every single lesson, and you're going to click. But I just kind of want to orient you to what you're looking at before you. Okay. So when you look at the screen, this right here is the slide that when you put it on full screen, only the kids will see. Okay. You on your own device, if you wanted to have like a laptop, like a tablet or something that you carry around, you can have it on this mode, where you can see the teaching notes right there, if you want, and kind of scroll through as you're teaching. Absolutely, no problem. But what a lot of people during the field test did was to print out the teaching notes, because we're binder people, we know we are, right? Okay. So you can print out just the teaching notes by slide. In fact, I think there's a set in your folder so you can see what they look like. And you can write out to the side of things like highlight, definitely want to say this, or I only have time for 3 questions, so I'm only going to ask these 3, or I'm absolutely asking Alfred this question, because he got to give me a question, I'm going to do, or whatever, but you can like kind of tailor it to your kid. So there's teacher notes. Then, this thing actually has like a little pointer. I've never used it. I'm going to do that for. Oh my gosh! But it doesn't work on the screen. Look. What's that? Okay, the second one is called pasting, so you may notice at the top it'll say suggested pasting at a time on each part, okay? Then it has the directions. That's the part where you're like, why did I go to college? Because they're giving me the directions like word for word. But you might want to use those.
And those are really helpful when you're writing a lesson plan, Ginger.
Oh yeah, okay, she's saying maybe you don't need those for when you're doing the lesson because you got it, but maybe when you're writing a lesson plan, it gives you a place to like grab and stick in your lesson plan because of the directions. That's an awesome point, thank you. Another thought I've had is, I don't know if you've ever been like really ambitious, you're gonna try this new activity in your room, but you screw up the directions, and like it falls flat, and you're like, wait, like in the middle of the activity, y'all, the people on this side are supposed to be, and you're trying to redirect in the middle of the activity because you didn't set it up well. Well, these directions have been, kind of been through the middle a little bit, and they are said in a way that is the clearest and most concise. So I appreciate that about it. Then there's guiding questions, which to me helps me not to be shallow. My questions often, especially since I taught SPED, were on a very surface level. I just need to get them to know that they're with me. And I don't want to push them too hard because then they'll get confused. Okay. But this has a range of questions at different levels. Then it gives you the student look for when you're walking around, what should you be looking for? Then there's also a part called additional notes. It's like a place you can click. And it will tell you anything you need to know, like we're on this journey to build this essay. I want you to know it's 2 lessons away. So you can know where are you in the unit. So what are the things that basically we're telling you have been added to support you? In the very back, you'll see something that says lesson 10. I just wanted you to know that one of the opening screens of LearnZillion is the entire unit at a glance. So that you can say this is 34 lessons, I'm on lesson 10, here's where we're going, you can see how far away the writing assignment is, you can see how far, you can kind of get a grip on what's happening in the unit. You're provided with student worksheets and exemplars for everything. You're provided with slides for every portion of the lesson. You're provided with teacher notes now that include student look forwards and pacing. In some cases, you're provided with an exit ticket or homework options. Okay. Another thing that people tend to see when they looked at Guidebook 1.0 was that they would try to make their way through these unbelievably long lessons. And then it was like, okay, now it's time to assess. And they would turn to the culminating writing task and just go, I mean, there's no way. Even if I tried to get my kids through all of these lessons with all the help I could possibly provide, now I see this task that they're asking them to accomplish, and I think to myself, this is mind-boggling. Okay. Well, what has happened in the way that the guidebook is designed now is that each of the units is broken into sections. Each of the sections represents one of the skills that is necessary to do this, the culminating writing task. So you would say, as the introduction of a section, for the next 3 lessons, we're going to build this piece of understanding that you need to do this. So from the first day of the unit, the kids know, what does the state of Louisiana say we have to do in order to prove that we understand this unit? Here it is. This is the hill we have to climb. And so every lesson is going to be supporting the skills necessary to do this. And so sometimes I would even ask my kids, what did we do today that helped to make this possible? That would be my close sometimes. Just tell me what skill you just got. If we were able to find text evidence, that proved, what the British were thinking. Okay, well, is that going to help us? And then we would look. Okay. So, sometimes I would tell kids, we're going to camp out. Like the fact that it has these little kids, it kind of makes me say that. We're going to camp out here until everybody's good. We're going to do a series of lessons to make sure everybody understands this skill. Then we're going to climb. Then we're going to camp out. We're going to until everybody's good. We're making our way to this culminating writing task that we can prove that we fully understand this unit. So yesterday, one of the questions that came up during the course of the day, and it wasn't when we were doing this slide, it was like hours later, was, if I want to just pick and choose lessons from the guidebook, can I do that? Based on this right here, what do you think the answer is? No. Probably not. My question might be to a person who says that, well, I want to skip section 4. There's 3 lessons. I don't want to do that part. I would say, okay, give me your rationale for that. That would be my first question. What are you thinking? Tell me where you're going with this. Why is, they may have a great reason that I don't know, but I would want to know a really solid reason, not, well, we have field day this week. No, that's not, it would have to be something that was really, okay. Because of this. I mean, because what you're doing when you pull out a section is removing a scaffold. They designed this, that all of these are going to make this possible. So if you say, I'm removing section 4, well, you just pulled it through Jenga. You pulled out one of the things and see if it still stands. Okay? So to me, that would be dangerous. The second thing I would have said is, hey, if you're going to skip lesson 12, can you tell me what standards were in lesson 12? And then how are you planning on addressing those standards? Because you got to do standards, that's your job. So my other question would be that. But you have an alternate method for meeting those standards, more power to you. I'm just saying that those would be the two big questions. First of all, what's your rationale? And for removing a part of the scaffolding that is going to build this. And the second one is, what are the standards that you are eliminating and how are you planning on plugging those back in? So those are the two things I would ask. The thing is, some teachers I know who removed whole sections of Guidebook 1.0 were doing that because they were also not planning on doing this. They had built their own assessment, and we're not doing this. So we don't need to do that part. Let's talk about the danger in that. Why do you not want to eliminate the culminating writing test? That's the most like the assessment. Okay, this is the level of rigor that we know that they will be expected to be. So by ignoring this, you are now moving the alignment again. Okay, remember? Okay, so we want to be careful about that. The good news is that Bossier has said, and you will see that when we go through the part of the presentation where we talk about your district and what their decisions are, that everyone will do the culminating writing test. That is part of the non-negotiable of this unit. Okay. And all of the lessons reference it. So it's basically constantly drawing you back to it the whole unit long. Okay? Regarding assessments, there are three. The culminating writing task, the cold read task, and the extension task. They're different. They serve different needs. The culminating writing task discuss why that was valuable. But they all come with a prompt page for the kids that tells them, here's how it will be scored. But the kids need to know from the outset, how will this be scored? And then an actual rubric for you, and then an actual student exemplar that you can use, but I want to tell you, I don't think you should keep it to yourself. I think it's something that should go on your document camera. Something that you say, let's pick this apart. What makes this exemplary? Okay? So it's explicit for kids. This is what we're looking for. All right, so let's talk about what Bossier has chosen. For your grade level, they chose the American Revolution unit. This is a very strong unit. And I think you're going to find it really enjoyable, the types of discussions that can come out of it. But I also wanted you to know that that doesn't mean that you have to limit yourself to one. They chose one because they only had so much money in order to, to finance all the things you were going to need, okay? So they chose that one because they got the most bang for their buck with that. But these right here are the ones where we asked the people who designed the guidebook, what is a unit in addition that would be the lowest cost and the highest yield for each grade level? And for you, it was the Whipping Boy. Many of you probably already have this text. It is the anchor text of the unit. But if you've been teaching the Whipping Boy, have you been teaching the guidebook? Because you teach the anchor text, are you really doing the guidebook? That's a question. A lot of times I'll go to a school and I'll say, hi, are you guys using the guidebook? We're using the anchor text. That's what they'll tell me is their answer, which is code for, I'm reading the book, we're using the book, we're not doing the activity. Okay. But which of the things is aligned to the standards and which is aligned to the assessment? The activities. Okay? So it's not enough to do the book. You have to actually do the level of rigor that they're suggesting. Okay, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to ask everyone now, if you would, to take about 15 minutes. And if you need more, we'll take it. They didn't have yesterday. And here's what I want. LearnZillion.com is where you're going to head. If you have not made an account, all it's going to ask for is your email and a password. The account is free, and it will always be free. The state of Louisiana is donating the curriculum. We're not going to ever pay, okay, for the lessons. Okay, so it's free to teachers and students. Okay, so I want you to know that this is not something we're like, eventually are we going to have to pay to use this? No, it's our stuff. Okay, so anyway, I wanted you to know that there are people who pay, but it's not us. Okay, so you'll go on, create an account, and I'd like you to go to the unit. When you go on the guide onto LearnZillion, we'll be the last icon on the bottom. It doesn't say Louisiana because it's being used by many states. And I'm going to ask you to go and explore the American Revolution unit in 4th grade. As you click, write down questions that come to your mind. Like, what does this button do? Why would I ever want this? Those kinds of questions. Okay? Is there anybody who's not sure what I want? You're going to click around American Revolution. Okay, go do it. You've got about 15 minutes. Make a list of things you want to talk about.
And wow. The line, okay.
Is there anybody who needs a computer? Because we have like a little area you work.
No, like, I need to log in.
I understand that. We have people who got up and for everybody. We're sitting on the floor over here. That ends up happening later.
Feel free to do what you need to do.
It's free. The only thing is that there's other texts that are additional to do that. But if you look at it, like the trade books and stuff like that, most of them are on the library. You know, so yeah.
Anyway, I'll pick up.
Yeah, I listened to you yesterday, and I talked to you about that. They said they were referring to some parents with, and I know when I cut it straight, I had about 5 parents.
Anyway, so
Because it was sort of like a lot of. Yeah, so when I cut it straight, I remember seeing there were 5 kids that I had to do the library, I had to find additional help. Which I was honestly surprised. But it's possible. I mean, I don't you know, if you take those haters, it's the truth. I mean, teach it. Right, right. If you go from that, I think you're going to be better off. Yeah.
It's configuring. Okay.
How many grab you a Chromebook? Okay. Look, my guy gets a so I can get a Chromebook.
It's awesome. I'm glad I've been mentored.
I do too.
There aren't enough of those guys.
You've already been through the initiation phase. No problem. We are.
Whenever you focus everybody, make sure you really are clicking around and looking at everything and writing down any questions you have for our next session.
They have it listed as you now already grade. The only reason that I is 8 hours. So
Summer.
Wonderful.
Enjoy. Look, it's really cool. Okay, so my question is this. I mean, if we're supposed to assess using the notifications and stuff, how do you, in the graduate study set up,
They recommend here that I see a copy of the
Yeah, but I'm just, if you would, write down any question.
So if and you decide to do so on the guide,
All right.
Yes.
I need you back in 3, 2, 1. Okay, hopefully you had a chance to kind of click around. And thank you for not doing that during that initial portion where we were kind of talking through it. I know it's probably challenging not to click at everything at that point, but thank you for waiting. Hopefully you made a little list for yourself of things that you want to know. And I'm going to try to hit them right now, and if I don't, then ask me. But I wanted to show you a couple things real quickly. When you're looking at a lesson, the lesson plan is the default that comes up, and that's the one with the slides and the teaching notes right here. There's this place right here where you can press print all, and it will print you the copy of the teaching notes if you'd like. There's also a slide called additional materials. It's going to tell you what you need for that particular lesson. This one just gives you a link to the text because there is not anything else necessary. But if there were worksheets or anything associated, they would be here along with the copy for the answers. That would all be right here. Under about this lesson, sometimes they're just telling you, quickly what the point of this lesson is if you need to know that. Okay, I also wanted to show you that at the bottom of every slide.
Yeah. Looks like it is.
Luckily, there's 0 viewers right now because my face is in the camera.
Down here is a place called Provide
It
Feedback.
says live.
On any point in the lesson, you would be able to click that, your name and your email address comes up, and you can type in your thoughts. It might be something as simple as the pacing is off here, considering different learning, this, or I use this structure here and it was helpful, or whatever. You can give feedback, and it goes to Learn Zillion, and it is sent to the writer of the unit. Okay. So that's cool. I like that. Another thing I wanted to tell you about, and this is one of my favorite features. I taught junior high. I don't know what it's like in elementary with this problem in particular, but I bet it is a headache for you too. And that was makeup work. When my kids were absent, they would come back and they would be like, they would be, for you guys, I bet they hand you a note written by their mother. But please give me all the work for Johnny for last week, or whatever. Okay. Mine would just go in there and say, I was out, but nobody can tell you. So what do we do? You're like, or whatever. Like, I could catch them up in 5 minutes. All right. So what I would do is I would go here to this button in the top corner called Quick Assign and click it. What it's going to do is give me a code that I could write down for that child. Okay, so what I would do is I would say, before I even waited for the child to tell me, I would just say, oh, you were absent last week. Here are the 5 codes for the 5 sets of slides that we went on. Okay, so what you could do with that, you could say, so I need you to come over here and sit down. And we're going to put the first code in. You just go to learnzillion.com. The child does not have to log in. They do not need an account. Just in the place where you would put that information, you type in the code, the slides come up. Not the teacher notes, just the slides. Okay? So the kids can go through, see the lesson. You can hand them a little worksheet, or whatever that you need them to do, but this is a way for them to keep current. Another reason I would use the Quick Assign is for kids who are in ISS. I used to hate that because a lot of my babies visited ISS frequently. And in that time, they were just sat in a cubicle, and they really had no learning. Okay, but if I could say in advance, oh, he's going to be in ISS, here's the codes for the days he's out. And for him to be able to continue working would be very helpful. So that's another reason I like having the codes. Here's the third reason, it's for your SPED teacher. Instead of your SPED teacher batting cleanup, which means you throw stuff at the kids, they catch what they can, and the SPED teacher comes back and says, okay, we try to fix your understanding on that. Okay, instead of playing that role, what if the kids were prepped ahead? What if you sent the SPED teacher the codes for the week beforehand? And she's like, now come here. Here's tomorrow's list. I mean, here's tomorrow's slides. And they're like going through the slides already, and they're like, okay, so she's going to ask this. Okay, yeah. And so we're supposed to do, they feel prepped in advance. So then when you go, okay, class, here's our thing, and they're like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because they're like, I saw that already. I know what you're talking about. Instead of being behind the 8 ball, they have a way in. That's awesome. That is a complete change in SPED. Instead of batting cleanup, front loading SPED. So this is a way that can happen.
Okay, and Ashley shared her idea. Ashley said I'm putting her on the spot.
I just made like a quick little form for my teachers so that they could already have them printed out. And it just says, like, while you were away, and if there's a spot to put their access code so they can give them their access code when they come in to their students so they don't have to be worried about it. So it would be easy to have your access code already written down, and when you get to class that day, if you see somebody's access, that can be put on their desk.
And I'll put that in the coaches folder. She shared it with me, and I thought it was a great idea. And I'll put it in the coaches folder for y'all to have access to. Thank you, Ashley.
That's awesome. Another thing I was going to tell you that I think Kay and Julie mentioned to me yesterday that I thought made a ton of sense was that there's something about Bossier, and it's not true for just Bossier, but kids are transient, whether in this area, whether they're moving back and forth across the river, or whether it's like military or industrial moves or whatever. If all of Bossier is doing guidebooks, then this is going to be something that, because the slides are the same, and the format is the same, and the assessments, that this is something where we could create a consistency across the parish that is unbelievable.
if everybody does it with fidelity. Okay? So this is another thing that would be really great about using this. Okay, so just as a little side note, LearnZillion has been a company for longer than just right now. Okay, they've been doing work already in the area of math. And several of you may be using their math videos or their math and RTI type of thing. They have very strong math curriculum. So I just want to say, if you need supplemental help for your any kids, this may be a place to go. But they also have other ELA things too. They're not part of LDOE, but they have some close reading things. They have some writing strategies if you want to do small group or something like that. So just to know that there's other parts of it. And so I tried to anticipate with the coaches and brainstorm what kind of questions you would have had after having played around on the site. Most of the questions I thought were questions that would probably have to do with your district. Things that you want to know, how are we going to fall on this policy? Okay, so these are policy-related questions. So I know that Kate and Julie may want to interject as we go through them, but basically I'm just going to go through some of the things I think you might ask. One, what are our lesson plans supposed to look like? Okay, well that's a site-based decision. Your principal is your first boss. So that is under their care. But I did want to tell you that during today, we're going to be using a district lesson plan and you can choose. You don't have to fill out every single portion of it if it doesn't fit that lesson exactly. Just the parts that apply. And we're going to use that today so that we can all use a common form while we're kind of talking about it. But if there are adjustments for your school, then you're of course free to make those. That's what we'll be using today. One of the things you may have been asking is about the pacing guide. I know this is something that you try to really follow closely. And so the question might be, how will this guidebook affect that? And the answer from your district leadership is that you will still be expected to implement the skills. How does Guidebook 2.0 align with Compass? Well, we kind of talked about this already, but it's a pretty nice alignment actually, because it has scaffolding in it. So it has student talk in it. It has a distinct opening and closing in it. So there are many things in it that I think are going to be actually make it easier for that to take place. There are ideas for differentiation all through the teacher notes if you haven't had a chance to look at those yet. To me, this is the biggest struggle that your district will face, and I think your leadership agrees with me that this is so. Because one of the bedrock things about the guidebook is the comparison of texts, there are many texts that are referenced in a particular unit. Okay. So the leadership of the district has provided the anchor text, but supplemental text will have to be handled some other way. So there are many ways that people have handled this. Sometimes the school librarian will purchase some of those things and share them among teachers. Sometimes the district person over instructional materials will have a certain amount that you can borrow and lend as needed. You can buy class sets, or some of them are digitally accessed free, or you can show them on a projection and do it that way, or you can have one copy and do a read aloud. There are many ways. There's times when you can put it on the document camera and read it and have it that way. I mean, I just wanted to say that it doesn't mean that you have to purchase a class set for every one of these activities. If that's not possible, there are ways around it. Just remember that if you decide that we don't have this text, so I'm throwing this out, that you are then removing one of the scaffolds when you do that. So be very careful. If there's a way to be creative, you may want to talk to the student teachers who we know have implemented the guidebooks that are in the back and ask them, how did you get through this? Like, I know you didn't win the lottery, so how are you paying for all this? And they may tell you some tricks that they have used over time that may or may not be legal. Okay. Okay, just what I want to say. Okay, so this is always the question. How am I supposed to get grades? Well, first of all, that's a school site decision again. But it would be very smart if the grades are consistent across your grade level. So we all agree we're taking this for grade, right? I mean, because I'm sure sometimes the district leadership has a headache of talking to a principal or talking with parents who are angry because one teacher's grades are different than another teacher's, she's easier, this grades are harder, blah, 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 whatever. But trying to come up with some consistency would be wise. And then you will still continue the use of weekly cold reads, and they can come from a multitude of places. They can come from Pearson, Reading Street, or the school site designated resource. I do want to say that also there's a cold reading task that goes with the unit. Remember, you have that one. And that you can model, you can use that as your model and make your own if you want to make some more. That's what I did. Then I want to remind you that your district has decided that the culminating writing task and the cold read task will be used by all teachers as grades. So that will be a common thing that everyone will have. And then you're encouraged to use the extension task too. If you have to use modifications to make it possible in your room, do. Okay, so this one is one that there were questions about, and I don't fully understand this because I think this is something that Mosier does, but it says here that teachers will not be required to give the benchmark weekly CCR test or unit test during the third 9 weeks. If the school site still chooses to give those, you can, but that part will not be required. Okay. Then finally, just the part I added to it, the other parts were all district answers, but I wanted to tell you that. Every lesson ends with a part called Let's Express Our Understanding, which is code for assessment. So I'm just saying, try to broaden your mind on what an assessment can be. Okay? And so there may be time when you guys look at the week's lesson plans and say, I'm taking the Let's Express Our Understanding on Tuesday and Friday for both of those for grades. You know, come to an agreement on how you're going to do that.
Y'all have any questions about that comment? About if you're using the 2.0 guidebooks, because yesterday it came up, if you use another guidebook 2.0, does that apply also? Yes. We're not trying to mandate that if you decide to use another guidebook unit, it's ridiculous to say that you have to do all the Pearson stuff as well. So what we are saying though is that you must use the standards and skills that are in the Pearson checklist. The Kate's worked very hard on getting a timeline of when these skills should be taught throughout the parish, so that when kids move from place to place, they're not missing skills. That is the critical point. So, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to add something too. You might think about the CCR weekly test. That is a code read, and since you already have to do a code read every week anyway, that would be still good practice because it's the testing format, or either do that in a small group or something like that, because you want to test, you want to practice continually throughout the year how they'll be tested. But that's the school site decision. And they're all only looking at
The coaches have got them all with
Okay,
the
the
coaches, so that makes
Now, let's clap for the coaches. Okay, if you're doing the CCR test for the third 9 weeks, like.
Everybody listen.
I have it right now. You will do the, unit skills and standards that are covered during that 9 weeks, because it has to be aligned to the test.
And then if you're using Pearson, when you start back in the fourth 9 weeks, have we skipped a unit in there?
Well, you're going to skip a unit, but you'll still be covering those skills and standards for that unit. And that is what's important, is that, covering those.
Yes, Lily, what you got?
So in a day lesson, how would you make those, covering those skills fit into your lesson? Is there a time?
You can make them fit into your lesson, because these lessons, daily lessons, only take 45 to 60 minutes. And usually you have a 90-minute block, or most of you do. And so you can use that other 30 minutes. There'll be times that you can just put it within your instruction for your daily instruction, and so they can be meshed It just takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that question up, Linda. The whole point is to remember that, that these are 45 to 50-minute segments. At the beginning of the unit, it tells you how many segments there are, whether they're 34 or 45 or whatever. They tell you how many there are. And you can decide to do that a multitude of ways. If you have a 90-minute block, there can be days where you do 2 sets of slides. Because you're like in the middle of something and they're hot and you've got time to go ahead and start writing. Go ahead. Or there could be days where you're like, I am going to fulfill my obligation to do Guidebook, and then I'm going to also make sure I've covered all my Pearson things. So there are ways to make this possible. All right, so the next question that we anticipated that you might have in the back of your mind is a question about grammar. But I did want to say this about grammar, and that is, if any of you have spent any time looking at our standardized assessments, students are not tested on grammar in isolation at all, anywhere. It does not happen. Okay, so teaching grammar in isolation is probably not fruitful. What is fruitful is to teach grammar as it relates to writing, because writing is how they will be assessed in grammar. Now, because I live in the real world, I know that sometimes grammar is the best part of the day because it's very controlled. I'm going to ask you to circle the nouns, and we're just going to sit quietly for 10 minutes. You're going to circle nouns, it's going to be good. Don't you know? I know you know. I just know why you laugh. Okay, but anyway, and I mean, especially if your kids, you are all day, they're reaching to try and understand what you're talking about. Grammar's one time in its life. It's not that hard to reach. I'll give on that. Okay, fine. Okay, so, but doing it that way is wasted time.
So how would you propose that you teach the skill? Because at some levels, they're still learning the skill.
Absolutely. Embedded in text. Okay, so she said, a great question. You have to teach it. I mean, you can't just say, go find nouns. Of course not. Okay, so many lessons will happen. Absolutely. But as closely as those many lessons can be connected to the text, the anchor text, or to the writing that's before them, that's the better. Because you don't really, they will never be asked to locate nouns. Okay, it's not going to happen on the assessment, and it's not going to happen in life. Okay, what's going to happen is that they're going to be judged on their writing and their ability to express themselves fully.
But like when they get to middle school,
Right.
they have to know this. And there's a deficit in middle school. When they get up there to 6th grade and 7th grade, you've got 6th graders that still don't know an adverb, or they've been taught it, but it hasn't been like a focus. But then, is it not part of the way that they're assessed in middle school? No?
Nope. There is no grade.
Application, how are they using it? That's
Right.
what they.
It's actually only, I mean, there is never a time on any assessment in our entire curriculum, our entire schooling, where a child is asked to locate an adverb. Okay, I mean, it's not going to happen. Okay, so what do they need adverbs for? They do. Because it makes your writing interesting, and it focuses your writing. So what I would do is say, okay, here's a sentence from the anchor text. What makes this sentence interesting? Why is this an effective sentence? Right? Okay. Here's a sentence you wrote from your assessment of this anchor text. Now that we know that this is what makes their sentence so awesome, what could you do to yours? Okay, now do it. You see what I'm saying? Like those kinds of things where you're drawing a comparison and pointing to whatever it is, whether it be compound sentences, complex, or whatever it is, finding those in the anchor text or whatever text we're looking at, talking about why it's effective, and then saying, now let's look at your writing. Try to find me one of those. Find me a compound sentence you wrote. What, there aren't any? Okay, where could you make one? Okay, do it. Now show your partner. Okay, so this is how grammar has to come to life now. And it's the way it's going to be assessed. Okay, but I'm not saying ignore grammar. I mean, for anybody, I mean, it'll drive you crazy. I mean, you have to know why we have commas. You know, we have to know that. Okay, all right. God didn't like that part. So anyway, lessons have grammar elements within them. If you did not know that, you'll be clicking through a lesson, the slide, and
all of a sudden it'll say, here's a piece of text with a complex sentence. It'll do that in the lesson. And then it'll say, what makes this complex? And so it'll do grammar within what you're teaching. It will happen. You'll see that. Okay. Another thing is, and this is something that Addie mentioned because she's implementing this, right? She said sometimes she will take images from the text and use those as the jumping off point for her kernel sentences in her first thought. So a connection directly back to what we're talking about. Another one is there's a grammar guide. On the first page of every unit, there's like a place that says something about all the unit materials or whatever. But in the unit materials, when you click on it, one of the things is the grammar guide, okay? And so how does the grammar guide look? Well, it tells you what are the grade level expectations for grammar for that grade level, and then it gives you sample student writing where that has been highlighted. Like here, this child did this. Like here, this child did this. And that you could use those as part of your grammar instruction, okay? Will we receive ongoing support? This is another one of the questions I think may be in your heart of hearts. Are they just going to kick us out of the nest after this training and say, well, good luck? No. The answer is your instructional coaches, first of all, have received a lot of training on this. But in addition to that, your new superintendent thinks that PLCs are critical to creating a learning community in your school. And that is part of what your learning community will be doing, is digging in to these lessons and talking about them on the level of, do we all understand what they're asking for, and can we make sure kids understand what they're asking for, and having those discussions. And Kay will be keeping in constant contact with the coaches to let them know the latest information. I wanted to let you know that at the end of the day today, you will be given an exit ticket, and that's another way that we will guide what happens next. Yesterday's exit ticket revealed, first of all, a very clear understanding and a level of thankfulness for this training that they felt much better. But it also indicated a couple of areas. They were like, I need further clarification and guidance on this and this. That data will be used to guide what happens next for you. So I know you'll be ready to go when it's time to go, but as clear as you can be about what you need to be successful, the better off, okay? All right, so the next segment is the one that we think is the first time that you literally dig in and actually see what happens and can talk about, okay, so what needs to happen in my room to make this successful? This is the first time you will really literally reflect, okay? So what I'm going to ask you to do to prepare for it is, this is the protocol we will use. What's going to happen is I'm going to ask you to find the lesson plan and the teaching notes that go with this lesson. They're in your folder. Oh, look at this lesson plan. So we're dropping you in the middle of a unit, okay? So you're gonna feel that. Because all of a sudden you're gonna be like, whoa, the kids have to do what? But remember, we're dropping you in the middle. You're going to be watching the teacher model the segments of the lesson as closely as she can to the teacher notes. But coaches, please remember that your job is going to be to use the talking points sheet that you were given. And every so often I will be saying, stop. Coaches, please read the next talking point question. And then we'll read that bolded question aloud to the group. You guys will debrief, and then we'll move on to the next section of the lesson, okay? So I need everybody to shuffle papers. You're going to need your teacher notes. You're going to need, if you want, the lesson plan. I think that may be one of the things she's going to be using in the lesson, because you're going to be the student. Okay. And then, coaches, does everybody have a copy of the talk points? Is there anybody who needs one? And coaches, if you remember, the bold question is the question you asked. The non-bolded is the part you interjected. They're not. They're different. There's a fourth grade set of questions. All the teachers have, and all the coaches have a fourth grade set. Okay. You're comfortable? Coaches who need a set of questions. We're fourth grade.
We need fourth grade here, okay? I'm sorry. Fourth grade coffee. Are there any here? It's a fourth grade set. So make sure you're not asking yesterday's questions.
Hi, cutting you some of the paper.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Is everybody ready for us to begin?
Good morning, class. Good morning. All right, if you remember yesterday, after we read about the two Georges, we summarized the events that led to the American Revolution using our vocabulary. So just take a look right up there and review for yourself the vocabulary words we discussed. Okay, the ones on the card, the vocabulary words, and this is an interactive display that the teacher actually built with the students, and they made sentences out of those vocabulary cards. Does that make more sense now? Okay. All right, so thumbs up if you remember our vocabulary, thumbs down if you need just another minute. Awesome. All right, so today we're going to continue to read about each side of the conflict and the events that led to the Revolutionary War. If you remember, when we get to the end of our unit, you're going to have to decide whether the colonists were justified in their feelings. So today we're going to be looking at the British feelings and the feelings of the colonists and talking about whether we feel each side of this conflict was justified. So as we're reading today, that's what you should be looking for. Is everybody ready? Yes. All right, so today you will need your reading log and your conversation starters because you're going to be doing a lot of class discussion. For those of you that don't have one, there are some up here on the board. Now in my classroom, I have the really cute Pinteresty full wall of them. So here's the little one for y'all. I also have laminated copies for my kids just because we use them throughout the entire year. All right, make sure that your desk looks just like this.
You would stop right now. You have just done cards 1 through 4 with her. If you would now, like coaches, I need you to do the prompting questions for cards 1 through 4.
What is your limits? But you have a lesson. Right.
One, we're back in the classroom, go.
All right, so make sure that your desk looks like this. You have your conversation stems and your reading log ready. In just a minute, I'm going to read aloud from our book, George versus George, the same book that we read yesterday. And as we read, you are looking for two things. The first thing you're looking for is what did most of the British think about the colonists? And the second thing you're looking for is what the colonists thought about the British. So as I read these excerpts today from our book, I want you to be able to take notes. So in your reading log, go ahead and set up your 2-column notes. I have one for you, very high tech. Okay, y'all don't really have to do that, but that's just one way to integrate the AKC structures and know what we're doing. So as I'm reading, be sure you're taking notes on your note sheet and your reading log and listening for how the British and the colonists felt about each other. London, with its 740,000 inhabitants, was the biggest city in Europe and the center of British government. London's residents were proud of their long history and high level of cultural achievement. For fun, they went to mass balls and the theater, gambled at cards, dice, and roulette, belonged to all sorts of clubs, and met at coffee houses, taverns, chop houses, and pleasure gardens. Noisy streets teemed with horses, carriages, ballad singers, flower sellers, fishmongers, and ladies and gentlemen in fancy white wigs wearing all the latest fashions. But the overcrowded city had its share of problems too. The death rate was high. All the coal the residents used as fuel caused black rain and thick, sooty swamps. Food and drinking water were often unhealthy. Riots were common, and public hangings drew rowdy mobs. Thousands of beggars and pickpockets were evidence of poverty run amok. The English were convinced that the rest of the British Empire was backward and uncivilized. King George ruled 31 colonies and other possessions in many parts of the world, from Borneo to the Bay of Bengal and all the way to Honduras. Throughout England, people argued constantly about world politics. But they would soon argue especially hard about the uprising over in America. About 90% of the colonists in America lived out in the country, where new arrivals from Europe were amazed to find farmland, forests, fish, and game as far as the eye could see. So much fertile territory made it possible to supply Great Britain with raw goods such as fur, flour, iron, tobacco, and lumber in return for manufactured goods, including cloth, shoes, furniture, and tea from Great Britain. In small but bustling port cities such as Philadelphia, New York, Boston, and Charleston, whaling and shipbuilding were already major industries. And there were lumber mills, flour mills, factories, firehouses, and colleges. Streets, some paved, most full of mud or dust, overflowed with ox carts, horses and carriages, chimney sweeps, sailors, and carriers of wood. In local taverns, young girls danced lively jigs with their boyfriends. The most well-educated people were usually planters, like George Washington, merchants, doctors, soldiers, and lawyers. Next came a very large middle class that included small farmers, shopkeepers, teachers, craftsmen, and fishermen. The poorest were unskilled laborers, indentured servants, and of course, black slaves from Africa who were bought, sold, and held in bondage in all of the 13 colonies. Many colonists wanted to settle the new territory they had helped to win during the 7 Years' War, but Great Britain made it illegal. London thought it was fairest and safest to reserve these lands for the Native Americans who had always lived and hunted there. George Washington agreed with plenty of other colonial settlers who thought the law unfairly limited their rights. They poured into the West anyway. All right, pause for just a moment. I'll let you catch up on your notes. Right. The British government was a constitutional monarchy, which was a fancy way of saying that King George did not have all the power. He and a governing body called Parliament worked together to rule the empire. Young King George tried hard and was upset to see that Parliament's decisions agreed with his point of view. Even so, he had some very strong opponents, and it was Parliament that made laws and controlled purse strings. The 13 American colonies were not yet united into a single country. Each separate colony was under the Crown's control, and each had its own governor and a governing body that made laws and imposed taxes. Some people who served in the government were elected by colonists. For example, George Washington was an elected member of the Virginia House of Burgesses, the lower house. For years, England has looked the other way when colonists ignored British laws they didn't like. Okay, this is a really small picture for y'all to see. So I'm going to try to get it closer to you. In your classroom, ideally, you would have this under a document camera because it is a read aloud, and the children are going to need to use this picture to answer questions. Kind of get the gist of what's going on. All right, from what we just read, why might the colonists be upset in the way they were ruled? They were so far away from the Parliament.
across spanning oceans, and they had no representation in Parliament.
There you go. They had no representation in Parliament, and they were very far away from the people who were ruling them. How does this image, these two together, support the American colonists' opinion of the British? Okay, well, let's look at it. What's happening in the picture that would show how the Americans feel about their British rule? Is there anything you see going on in the image that helps you understand their opinion?
Hierarchy, maybe?
They're voting on something.
Oh,
But as you can see, there's not very many people who get to vote. So that would be a little more evident in the document camera, but you would still need to use some guiding prompts to help your kids understand that. So what stirred up the hornet's nest in the first place? It all began over money and over the rights of citizens too. Great Britain had been in one war after another for 50 years and was drowning in debt. Over in London, Parliament decided that Americans should help out by paying their fair share, and King George agreed. After all, Great Britain had spent plenty of money fighting in America for the good of the colonies. I'm going to repeat that sentence, listen carefully. After all, Great Britain had spent plenty of money fighting in America for the good of the colonies. How does that statement help you to understand how the British feel about the colonies? I'll read it one more time. After all, Great Britain had spent plenty of money fighting in America for the good of the colonies.
Colonies got into the fight with the Indians and the French because they were intruding on the Native Americans' territory. So they had to call on King George, so he had to spend all the money sending troops over, and that's when they had the treaty that they couldn't go west past the Appalachian Mountains, and so now they're having to repay by adding all the taxes.
Anybody have anything else to add?
Well, the money he sent was for them fighting and not actually for the good of the colonists. It wasn't helping the colonists, it was helping England with the fight.
I agree, but at the same aspect, if the British wouldn't have sent the military over, the Native Americans and the French would have demolished the colonies, and there would not have been any colonists left.
Well, I get that, but in the colonists' defense, they needed money to survive and to help build things, but everything that was sent was for war, not to help the colonists.
Okay, so how does that affect the British opinion of the American colonists? Yeah, the British think the Americans owe them back for the money they sent. Okay, so let's.
Okay, no, wait. But first of all, do you see how rich this is? I just want to make sure you see that there's no way that this is not going to happen in your classroom. There's no way on this topic. And you would think that everybody was going to be all pro-American. That's not what happens. Many kids are like, wait a minute. The British send all these, they start to see the both sides of it. Okay, are we?
We're almost the,
Okay,
we're almost
okay,
the end, but I want you to go
okay.
through so you feel just how
Okay.
much things, okay. The Crown was still supporting a British army to help stop Indian attacks on the American frontier. It was Great Britain's right to collect payments. To raise the money, Parliament passed the Sugar Act and a Stamp Act, saying the colonists had to pay taxes to Great Britain for all sorts of imported goods, from molasses, blue indigo dye, and pimentos to printed items such as marriage licenses, playing cards, and newspapers. Similar taxes were often collected in England, but the colonists were already paying separate taxes to cover their own war debt and to run the colony. A lot of them thought paying twice wasn't one bit fair. Besides, they believed it was against the British Constitution. Ever since the Middle Ages, English law has said that there should be no taxation without representation. This meant that citizens would never be taxed unless their elected representatives voted to pay. The colonists were British citizens, and the law guaranteed them the rights of Englishmen. So where was their right to have representatives who could vote for or against these taxes? Though many colonists would stay loyal to the Crown and obey its laws no matter what, others argued that Parliament might make them pay even more taxes without their consent. And this is a read aloud, just stepping out for a second, because your AR level is a 7.5. Don't put this in the hands of your fourth graders.
This is not their first read of this.
No, this is
So
about
make
the
sure you
third
realize
one.
this. Remember, this is lesson 10. So we're dropping in the middle. This is not their first time to see this book. And so what are students being asked to do during this activity? Do you remember? Taking notes, split notes, right? Okay. Now the question is what I'm going to ask you guys to have a discussion now with your coach, and so they're going to look at stopping point card 5 and ask that question. Go ahead.
So
Right.
what would we do? Right. She would have to do something so they you I need you back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think every table agreed that scaffolding would be necessary. But remembering this is third 9 weeks, realizing that this is lesson 10. Okay, so some of this will be built over time, but maybe I know for sure. I heard one person who said, "Well, I can't just start doing flip page notes in third 9 weeks. I'm going to have to make that a part of their tools, right?" Great. Okay, we're now going to slide 6.
All right, so now that we've read in George versus George, we're going to talk about what we think. And I'm going to step out for a second. I'm going to do this slide the way it's listed in the curriculum, and then I'm going to tell you what I would do a little differently in my room if I talk more. So we're going to look at, are the opinions of each side justified? So I want you to look at justified means if the opinion is well supported and is either right or reasonable. So when I ask you, was this opinion justified, I want you to think, from what we read in the text, because that's where our thinking comes from, were the colonists right and reasonable in their opinion? Were the British right and reasonable in their opinion? So if you believe that only the British are justified, raise your hand. If you believe that only the American colonists are justified, raise your hand. If you believe that both sets of people are justified, raise your hand. All right, so I want you to work with your table group and use details from your notes, from the text we read today, and you can use notes that are in your log from the other texts that we've looked at together. And I want you to explain to the people at your table group why you feel that both sides of this conflict are justified. And remember, justified means right or reasonable and supported with evidence from what we've read. Things that really happened to the British people and the American colonists. So in your table group, have a short discussion about why both groups are justified. Teach.
Okay, I want to make a little comment here. This is how social studies will be. They'll ask you to look at two, sources, and then they'll ask you to use the evidence from the text, but they'll also ask you to use your past understanding and learning to make the application for the claim. And so you can see why it's real difficult for children, just so you'll be aware. Thank you, Addie.
right, and then y'all can go ahead and start. Have the discussion with them, why you think that they're both justified.
Okay. This is our work. Prevention justifies.
You absolutely can. That's the feedback that you can add. You are not limited to only the vocabulary that was chosen. It's just that the vocabulary that was chosen for the lesson are the ones that go really, that are essential to the content knowledge of the lesson. So if you feel like there are other words more students, you absolutely can add that and do what you want to do with that. Does that help? We also kind of have like a cap about how many words, but there's not like a set that's like that. So once you get to a certain point, it'll go down. And so you can always, as the teacher say, might get off of these words, let me make sure I can look at the chapter from my well, and I don't know what I do surgery, so it's a word that even if I taught it in one, I'm still going to explain that word every single time I use it. But fourth grade, I don't know fourth grade as well. I don't know if my third 9 weeks you still have to do that or not. And it's not one of those that you taught first 9 weeks, but because it's come up, let me just tell you today what it means, discuss it, and my kids can do things. But you have to automate any of that kid.
Okay, so I need you to look at your talk sheet, and I need you to talk with your group now about the prompting question after part 6. So if you'll do that now, just talk a little bit about that question.
Like, what kind of things do we have to do way before you get this solution? At this point. Because they don't know how to start the conversation, yeah. Or shoot the breeze about detail. So that's why it's neat to be building starting from the beginning. Start obviously I can just jump into this right now, but you can start building. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it always has to know it all. Do you think it would have some training?
I need you back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Addie, did you have something you wanted to add about how you might modify that?
Okay, just because it's come up, I'll answer this first. The accountable talk, I actually build the accountable talk on the wall in my room, and I teach like, just, I agree with so-and-so, and I want to add, so we'll put that on the wall, and everybody has to use that one for a day, 2 days until they get it. The more that we teach, the quicker you can introduce them. The first one you introduce, you might have to use for a week, but then by the time you've got 7 or 8 on the wall, you can do like 1 a day, and because then they're understanding what they're supposed to do. So I don't have it up yet because it takes me about 9 weeks to build this display of what they're going to use for the rest of the year. On this particular activity, instead of having the kids just sit and raise their hands on what they believe, I would have done a similar to the four-corner thing y'all did earlier, and have them get up and go to each section. And then I would have them break into groups, and hopefully with the kids, you would have some in each section. And y'all are adults, so everybody kind of leans towards the correct answer, you know. But you would have them, and so you would have like each group decide why that's the right answer, and then tell the class, you know, well, I believe it's just the Americans because. And then you say, okay, does anybody want to switch sides? And you let them actually move across the room as they build their arguments for why they believe it's just the Americans, just the British, or both. Does that make sense? Instead of limiting the conversation to just that one table, because everybody has the same opinion, it's more like debate style. They get to walk across and change their opinion. I think that gives the movement that fourth graders need, and at the same time, they get a little bit more exposure to having to defend their argument, which is a huge portion of this unit as you get further into it. So I think that would be a better fit activity for me.
Okay, I have a question for everyone. So earlier, we talked about should we modify the guidebook? And the questions I asked were, what's your rationale? And what standards are being sacrificed? So she has just said that she's going to stray off the guidebook and have them do four corners. Oh my gosh, you're crazy. Okay, but I was going to do those two things. What's your rationale? My kids need movement. 2, what standards are sacrificed? None. Okay, so that's the guide by which you should look at this. First of all, you're a professional, right? Okay, so you can make those kinds of judgments. But if you can't answer those two questions, okay, then that's when you go, I'm not making a good decision here educationally, okay? So that should be your guide. Second thing I wanted to do is address the grammar people in the room by saying these talking sounds, right, are actually how you build compound and complex sentences, right? Okay, so you could make that part of your thing when you're introducing it. You realize that when you say, I agree with you, but you have just created the first half of a compound sentence, and whatever comes after that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure you realize that there are ways to totally saturate your classroom with grammar, and it does not have to be a separate 30-minute period with a worksheet. Okay, all right, just want to make sure. All right, so now we are moving on to card 7.
All right, so I want to bring your attention to this quote. It was on page 11 in our book. Let's read it together. You read along silently as I read it out loud. Who could imagine that the fabric binding America to Great Britain was about to unravel, or that the two Georges were about to become bitter enemies? Read that to yourself one more time and just think about those words as you read. Okay, in a previous lesson, I don't remember which one, but we've already done this. In a previous lesson, we've already looked at the fact that this is a metaphor. What two things are being compared in this metaphor? Just remind me, please. I may not remember.
The fabric and the relationship between Americans.
Okay, so the fabric is being compared to a relationship between America and Britain or between George and George. Okay? We also understand the meaning of unravel. Can somebody remind me of that? Because I didn't check my notebook. What's unravel mean? To come apart. So we're looking at this fabric that is unraveling and comparing it to a relationship, several relationships that are coming apart. All right, think about all those things. Can you hold all of that in your brain at the same time? Ready? Okay. Consider the discussion we just had about each side of the conflict is justified, unraveling, fabric, relationships. We've got all of those things together. What is the author of our book trying to teach you about King George, the British, George Washington, and the colonists? That's a lot to think about. Let's put all those pieces together. We've got unraveling. We've got opinions that are justified. We've got the fabric that's coming apart, just like these relationships. What is it the author is really trying to get you to learn about all of these different people? King George, George Washington, British, American. What is it you're supposed to learn from all the texts we've read and this unraveling fabric? Have a discussion at your table group for about 2 minutes and come together and decide what it is you were supposed to learn from all of this text reading with us. Teach.
Okay.
But the election will look
Class? Which table would like to share the idea you came up with of what we're supposed to learn? Is there a table that will share with the class?
They started out with great relationships that they were like friends to start with, and then the longer it went on and the wars were fought, then they started more disagreeing because Britain thought that the colonies owed them, and the colonies felt like all Britain wanted was their money.
Okay, and who can add some more thinking to that uses some more text evidence? Yes, it happened. Yep.
Okay, it happened over time, like slowly with each act that British imposed and then ignored.
Okay, and what
So
word
it
of,
wasn't just like a quick rip, like
okay, so which word up there helps you imagine that it happened over time?
unravel.
Unravel. When you unravel, is it a quick rip, or do you just kind of pick and, okay. So you're really going to want your kids to see that word unravel instead of torn is really the heart of that metaphor. And then you're really going to want to see that they put all of those pieces together. That before, America and Britain were bound like fabric, and now it's slowly starting to separate. It wasn't this quick, we hate you, we're done. It was a slow, everybody get that? Okay. All right, so how did the author structure the beginning of this text and why? I will reread the introduction for you that we've already read for, and I want you to keep thinking about this unraveling fabric metaphor and what we know about the British and the American opinions of what's happening. There were once two enemies who were both named George. George Washington was the man who freed the American colonies from the British, and George III was the British king who lost them. Was King George a royal brute? American patriots said so, but others hailed him as the father of the people. Was George Washington a traitor? The king's supporters thought so, but many celebrated Washington as the father of his country. Who was right? There are two sides to every story. So in your table group, I want you to have a quick discussion. Why did the author structure the beginning of the text this way? And what does that have to do with an unraveling fabric that we've come to at this point in our reading? Does everybody understand the question? Teach.
Okay.
So he did that because with the slow process, right?
I think they have
Starting my kids are really well to come up with their own. I guess that would be, I know that sounds not great, maybe that would be. Right, how would you explain that word? Oh, they're way more creative sometimes than we are.
people are hungry, they need to have it. You know what I mean? Like,
Like, when you talk about that, but also like the fact where they can put
I mean, it's just gonna be like that.
politics before identify. It's not always.
And not everybody. I need you back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think, well, do we just do card 8 and get right? Yes. Okay, I need my coaches to do the talking point that goes with card 7 and 8. And you guys are doing awesome. Thank you so much for putting up with this. I hope it helps. Okay, here we go. Talking.
We were talking about how students now write
How they satisfy you're reading one right.
I'm gonna ask you to go back in 3, 2, 1. I just wanted to kind of draw your mind back to one of the slides earlier. Remember that slide that had the lens with the different? Do you see how we moved on that lens? Okay, I just want to make sure. So every lesson is like this. I mean, I just want to make sure you realize, so when you think about the way you teach, there may be days where you get there and do some of that, but this is already providing the steady diet of moving up and down that lens constantly. And you have to think to yourself, okay, I'm going to have to build scaffolds to make this happen, but I absolutely don't want to sacrifice this rich discussion of getting kids to that level where they're actually considering the author's choices. I mean, that is huge. And that's the kind of stuff they see on the end of your assessment, that if they have never seen before, they are powerless to answer. Right? Okay.
All right, you guys have done such a good job today. It's time for you to show me what you've learned from our lesson today. So in your reading log, I want you to write a main idea sentence and answer the question we've been discussing the whole day. What does the author want you to learn from reading George versus George? Now, before we start, I want you to raise your hands and tell me some words I might be looking for when I read your answers this afternoon while I'm drinking my coffee. What words do I want to see in your answer? What are some key words I expect to see in your writing before you start?
Justify.
Justify. What's another one? Unravel. Absolutely. What else? Relationship. Okay. Are y'all all going to get amazing answers if I see those words in your, or amazing grades if I see those words in your answers? Absolutely. So please don't make me choke on my coffee. I really want to see these. Got it? Good. Okay. I'm not going to make y'all do that. Also, some of your kids may not need it by 3rd 9 weeks in 4th grade, but in 3rd grade, even 3rd 9 weeks, I would give my kids the main idea sentence frame that we use with the AKC frames. Like I have them, I would actually pin them, the frame on a piece of paper instead of it being in their log, and that's what they would turn into me. And I would write those words spelled correctly somewhere in my room if they were not already hanging in my room. Does that make sense? Because I want the kids to actually use those words.
Do you use the topic sentence AKC frame?
Yes, that with this main idea sentence, I use that topic sentence frame. And then I adapted mine in my room, and it says it has a big text evidence like shout out bubble, and so they would have to choose one of the accountable talk starters and put that at the beginning of, like, according to the text, or the author stated, or I read, or according to the illustration, or something like that. At the beginning of their main, so they write their main idea and then go back and add that at the beginning, and then they write their sentence from beginning to end on the handwriting page. Right. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
What did you just call that bubble?
A shout out? Oh, a shout out.
I said, shut up, bubble.
Why do I so wish I had those in my No, a shout out bubble. I sure wish I had those. Okay, so I would make those modifications, but again, I'm thinking 3rd grade, I would not just say, write a main idea sentence in your reading log, have fun. You know, we would create a quick little word bank. It's going to add a few minutes to pacing, but I would have to do that. All right, so now that we're done for the day, let's look at what we've learned. Today in our lesson, you evaluated each side of the conflict. We decided what we thought was best in the American Revolution to determine if the opinions of each side were justified. We had to determine whether these opinions were right and reasonable or not. We also learned how to determine the main idea by looking at author's choices, including language, details, and text structure. Did y'all know we did all that together? You didn't even know. You're so smart. All right. Recess!
I need my coaches to do the stopping point card now. I mean, question, property question. That's one.
need to get those together, then you can add to it. This is what you can add to it. Like she's
All right, can I have your attention in 5, 4, 3. I got it already. I don't even need it. Okay, cool. Okay. So can I ask you to do me a favor now? First of all, you were wonderful participants during that. I hope it was helpful. The coaches really believed that doing that was going to really drive home exactly what it should look like, but also why we're doing it. Once you see the difference, you're kind of like, oh, yeah. And it helps me get there. Not that I didn't want to get there on my own, but now I mean, it kind of gives me the way to get there. When we talk about things like the culminating writing task, you're going to find out in a second. So I'm going to have you kind of scroll through and look at the whole unit. The culminating writing task is not something that is expected to be completed in one sitting. When you look at the pacing of the unit, there are several lessons where the culminating writing task is addressed. It, again, takes the pressure off. There's the thinking day. There's the writing day. There's the writing day part 2 if necessary. Then there's like the editing day, okay? So this is something that is paced out and taken in chunks that are manageable. I just wanted you to know that's part of it. I wanted to ask you one more thing, if you would. You know how I asked you to pull a few things out before we started? One of them was the district lesson plan. Would you find that? I want you to have a discussion at your table for just a couple of minutes about how what you saw translated onto that form. Because the bulk of the second half of this day is going to be going through the lessons and transferring them into this format so that when you hit January, your lesson plans are already done for this entire unit. That is our goal before we leave here, okay? Which we accomplished in grade 3. So I'm just wanting you to, if you would, look at how it translates. What are some places where it's easy and some places where it's not so easy to translate, and have a discussion. Go ahead, take about 3 or 4 minutes.
Once you come in and start using them, I think
In my head, I don't know how I revised that, but I know there's some major flaws that change, but in my head. I just know myself this is my so I grabbed a book. That was about
Three, two, one. I just wanted to say about this lesson plan format that it's not like we think this is the best thing going and that's why it was handed out. It was just what is currently the common form that is being, is already posted for you guys. So that's why we're using it, so we just have a common structure. But I mean, that doesn't mean that there's not room for you to revise this. And even to suggest a new district one, like over time, if you want to find something that's more user-friendly, especially if you plan on embracing guidebooks to a larger degree than just one 9-week period, you may want to make that lesson plan look more like this, and in a way that is easier to do. I wanted to ask you another question, now that you've seen that lesson in its completion, and can you have a discussion at your table right now briefly about how what you just did builds what is needed for this? Okay, if you would have a discussion with your table about how what you just did as a student in a 4th grade classroom builds what is necessary for this. Ready to discuss?
Right, so you're going back to your debate.
So if you had been teaching 1.0 and you did this unit, and you finished the unit, you opened the culminating writing task, and you were, then maybe one of the things kids would, if kids saw this on the day of the culminating writing task for the first time, one of the first battles you might fight with kids at that moment might be, what does it mean to justify, right? Because that's the word that they're asked to do. So how did we take care of that? We used it in lesson 10. So this does not happen until like lesson 20. But in lesson 10, we started batting around the word justified in knowing that this was coming. So that's no longer a problem. So it's basically we took the landmines out of this, right?
Word essay.
Right. And so, and right now we did a lot of the thinking, which we said was the main problem, really. And so taking that out of the way, having them connect their opinions with linking words.
Does that mean transitional words, or does that mean?
I believe that's what they mean, and that's the way it's used on here. But you could say that some of the accountable language things are linking words. So we're already doing some of that. Yes, ma'am, Meredith?
I put Alice, one of the changes that was also made from 1.0 to 2.0 was the fact that the very first lesson of the very first slide, the very first lesson you'll do, goes over what is expected in the assessments at the end. That was somewhat implied in 1.0. Teachers were supposed to look at the assessments, and it didn't always happen. And so now it's kind of forced that your very first lesson goes over the culminating writing task and what the students are expected to do before you even begin with your actual implementation of the unit. So that will be, and you talk about this then, what are you expected to do by the end of this unit? That's a good change.
Yeah, definitely. Making it explicit. All right, so what's going to happen next is that we're going to look at lesson 1. I'm very aware of the time. I think we have probably about 10 more minutes before we're going to head to lunch, but I don't want to wait. I want to go ahead and do it because you're kind of on a roll. Could everybody, if you want to put all the stuff from that last lesson that you just did back in the folder so you don't have all that stuff, and go to your computer now. I think everybody has a copy of the district lesson plan in hard copy. It's also available to you, I believe. Has it been emailed to everybody, Karen? Yes. Okay. So you have the electronic fillable one on your email right now. And we're going to look at lesson 1. All right, so as I go back to the beginning of the unit, you can see that all the lessons are broken into sections. See section 1 has 2 lessons to accomplish what's necessary. Section 2 has like 3 or 4 or whatever. You can see how it's broken down. At the very top, before you hit the lessons, you see that there's a standards overview that tells you by section what standards are being addressed. I just want to make sure that you haven't clicked around enough to notice all that. The assessments are above that, and the access to the text, as well as the Get Started section, where they give you an overview video, and also the grammar guide. Okay, just want to make sure you realize all the things that are available to you on this curriculum. But what I'm going to ask you to do now is to take, for a few minutes before we head out, kind of glance through lesson 1 as a group, just kind of go through the slides, look through the teaching notes, and start the process of transferring that information into this lesson plan format, okay? I will make sure to stop you when we hit 11 o'clock. But just take a few minutes to begin that process of clicking through the slides.
I guess you can. Or is it just the teaching?
I don't know. They find out. That might be
Hey, Ed, in lesson plan, did you put the mentor section
The coaches
on
are
the lesson plan?
yes.
Was it the
Yeah.
And the mentor says this is something you did.
I know what the mentors are.
I think Addie did that. Addie did.
So there's,
No, that's okay.
well,
She did what? Addie did that when she wrote the lesson plan. That was just something she did. She did not come, right? You did not come with it.
yeah, so there's, but the mentor every, lesson, there's, in the end, but for every lesson, there's guiding prompts, with the guiding questions, with the answers. So we just learned a while ago is that if you're just doing yourself, you have a tablet, which is available, you can use an iPad. You bring it up on your iPad, try to talk to the I don't know you would like to highlight, but if you bring it up on your tablet or your phone, it'll show the slide on the top, and teach you on the bottom. On the tablet, yeah, on the tablet, instead of on the side, yeah, it'll show actually like that. That's how it's showing. That's something I would carry around. That's what the kids do, and then you have the teaching notes, which has the questions you're supposed to ask, and what you should forward each one.
It's probably not part of the lesson. But that was something that they did talk about. Actually, your good stuff, it just gives you other stuff. And Mel, I did it. Is there on your phone, is there a full screen? Okay, look, but if you go into the power screen, it looks like it all shows. Instead of, so that's what I think happened. And then it took the teacher. So if you're gonna. Your regular computer.
Okay, so when we come back from lunch, what will happen is we will ask each table to complete a lesson plan for lesson 1. Okay? And when everybody's had a chance to really make that lesson plan their own as far as like, this is how we would modify it. We've gone through the slides. This is what we think would be necessary to make this doable for our kids. We put that on the lesson plan as if you're teaching it. Okay? Then we will partner you with another group, okay, and let you share out your thoughts, because it's amazing what came from that last time when they said, here's how we would have adapted it, here's how we would have done it, and there were major ahas that happened during that time. So that's where we're headed after lunch. Then we will divide the entire unit into sections, and each of you will plan a section of lessons. When we leave here, we will have the entire set of lesson plans done for the third 9 weeks in ELA, which is beautiful, unbelievable. Okay, so that's our plan, that's where we're going. Okay, now that you're starting to get it. Okay. All right, so I want to again thank you so much for your attention. And what we're planning to do is have from 11 to 12:30, so you can get where you want to go, eat, and get back. So it's 11 o'clock now, we'll see you at 12:30. Anybody needs to plug in,
All right. I will see y'all back. I feel bad.
Hey, will you call me before you leave? Like,
Where's my phone?
If we want, I mean, closer, like we go down. Maybe back to 12:30. So we really have time.
We're a little ahead of the lunch crowd.
It's nice to go out to lunch at a calm pace.
Not necessarily.
I mean, that's what we were talking about when we saw the work.
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Let's go.
Oh, by the hospital?
Yeah.
Good.
Good. I saw Angie. You ever see her?
I do too,
I know, it's hard. I lose that. I don't think you can see it. You know what?
but it's mixed, so at least she had a couple of years left. Like, well, this is what they, it wasn't as much as the college, so somebody said she had 7 years left. She never did.
Any time. Now, she has another year's practice, full retirement. I just don't see her facing it.
Especially now that they're,
Yeah.
like, I wonder if she even knows. If that's what they decided on.
Yeah.
from school.
Oh, do a picture of it like this, that sign, she likes these signs.
I sent them to her already.
Oh, okay.
I sent those to her when we were in Baton Rouge.
They have them big before you go into where you're going, and then they have the little ones that when you're in there, is that what you have?
Yeah, and it's for different places.
I got you.
Is there more? Here, oh, there is, here's another. Oh, here's this one. Oh, here's this one.
Oh, here, oh, look, oh, what, here?
I got a shirt that says, here.
There's 3 of them, there's another one over there, Miss Cranford.
Yeah.
There's something she just said. It's right here. I can't.
That is her planet.
I tried to call the first 2 weeks of teaching.
He's really not on in my classroom, so the whole time I'm studying, I was like,
She printed it out and put them in there, is what.
Yeah, I think he's about it. Love that.
Okay, restart my computer.
I will figure it out.
Yeah.
If you just listen to what you said.
That's all I'm talking about, that.
It doesn't all connect. It doesn't all connect right away, but it eventually connects. Yeah, we got good. I had a good year. Didn't start out.
You can't start out good and then end good.
I sort of looked at it when someone was knocking on the door, but I didn't go all the way around. Oh, yeah.
So we need my classroom, what you're in there. This afternoon. Okay.
Yeah, we were like.
How are you? It's great meeting the one that don't make me like that, like.
She was telling me.
got hurt. I thought it, true violence. I said, stop. Like, you know what I mean? You're like, stop. You always have that one. You have a special one. But, especially, it's what two. I'm trying to tell him. It is crap. At those. It's my son next to Amy. I'm all right. And I'm gonna leave him tomorrow.
I'm laughing out of fear. It's like I'm very nervous. Okay.
Oh, yeah. We have to initial on that paper. Did y'all do that? I did not. But I do hear somebody knocking on the door. Me too, but I don't know. Did you get a new teacher this year? Who'd you get in third grade? Okay. You know, she couldn't come to this thing because she's on first year. I'm supposed to be doing this stuff, but you can handle it. Okay.
You told her to go, like Rachel, go on your room.
She's trying to think of all kinds of ways to get her back up here. She's going through.
You got enough friends going to these meetings? Somebody could fill her in.
Okay.
Did you know I went to PBIS meetings too? And they talk about you know, we have an app. Yeah. So those highly suggested that we have that in many ways, and I don't like to be economically cautious. I don't like to think about it.
What?
It looks old. Because I asked her about those kind of things, and I said, no, it's 1902, lucky. Still.
Yeah, and Ron.
Okay.
Y'all have a good lunch?
We did.
Yes.
Well, that's what Jenna, we went with.
Oh, my God. Down.
I think it does, I mean, I think it does, but, she just,
Ours on her close.
yeah,
Girls on it.
Did you get that email about saying these reports from Brian Child? I want to say, is there a way you can get the, I don't have to see every child?
you're gonna, when she emailed us or something else?
Yeah, but it's no, there's gonna be something to do. When I run, I
And just combine.
Yeah, place an issue on the column, so you're not gonna make right.
Yeah, you gotta do that. I'm not gonna think about it.
If I had that place, I didn't know you would.
Response, respect, integrity, safety, and
Yes, I think I'm just gonna find it. That hippie cafe.
What's the song?
Better go to the Rangers game. Well, we're section 2, row 6. There's like 2 rows in section 1. Okay. So they're not really, they're like row 6.
Get all those for it. Now, I want.
One time I ever get 4 things.
I gotta say this. I gotta say all the. Okay, yeah. Who's that?
I didn't know.
Huh? Yeah.
family, I'm sure, and there has to be. We need to ask Andrea about that tonight. Catherine, it's on a paper spread, it's anytime you back. You're welcome to stay there, I'm just thinking that might be better for you, you want to invite her?
Her bag and her.
Which one's hers?
There.
Here? Oh.
Like square. Like how much?
Any left.
Oh, she said she was at work. But the sticky laugh is like, yeah. I mean, it's 60% of water. They're usually 90%. I know, we got about equal their right.
Where's the bell?
I could wash my towel. That's not that stuff. I just love this portion. She's already got those. Wow. Like everything. Yes. Yeah.